Guess what I got? I don't have a dry erase marker, but yeah. I got it. It's a present. Alright, well. It's. I think we're in the same time zone, Rob. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Hi. Pacific Standard Time? Same time zone. Hello everyone. Hi, like, subscribe. Yes. I got the YouTube slate as a gift. I can't talk very much today because my throat. But I will play piano. I'm gonna warm up, and you know the usual. Thank you. Yeah, it's cool, right? Yeah. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm going to warm up. Welcome. Like, subscribe, join membership. I can't talk very much today because my throat. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. And let's get this started. I think today the gardeners are here. It's gonna be a little loud, but it's okay. Yeah, it's 12:17 p.m. where I am. Afternoon. Hope everyone's doing well. Oh, there they go. Lawnmowers. All right. Thank you. Yes. Oh, that's what I forgot. I forgot our friends. It's okay. They're all upstairs. Potato, Kirby. Well, every time I do the stream, and then I end the stream, I take all of my friends with me upstairs to my room. So, Kirby and Potato and Chicken are all in my room right now. Yeah. Hey, Midge, look what I got. Da-da-da. I got this as a Christmas gift. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, great. All right. Thank you so much. Score. Yeah. Yeah. Score. Okay. Well, I'm going to warm up. Thank you. Like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hi, hi. Yeah. Oh, la campanella. Okay, sure, later. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You love Eric Satie. Wow. um um come back on Thursday and Fridays for requests. I put aside those dates for requests because even when I play them, the original song owners get the credit. So it has something to do with the song credits, the music credits, and so I like to deal with it on Thursdays and Fridays. I hope you understand. Pacific Standard Time, please. The purple lights will go on, and you'll probably see chicken in the background, and that's when you could request. It's because when I play a song, even though I play it, the original song owners or whoever composed it, that's still living or has the rights to it. It's about the song rights, and I'd like to deal with that only 2 days out of the 5 days I stream, and these streams are free. So yes, you are free to request something, and if you want to hear a concert pianist, classically trained concert pianist, play a pop song, whatever, then yeah, you're free to request. It doesn't cost anything except be patient because there's a queue. Those are the two rules. Thursdays, Fridays. I don't like to deal with the song credits any other day of the week if I could avoid it. If I feel like playing pop songs or whatever, or whichever songs or whichever music, if I feel like playing it, and then I'm willing to deal with the song credits or the rights. But if it's a request and I am just doing you a favor, then I'd rather it be reserved for Thursdays and Fridays. I think that's reasonable. I don't think, I think I'm being more than reasonable. So, hope you understand. Yeah, if you want to hear a classically trained classically trained world's best top classically trained pianist play a song that you like, come back on Thursdays and Fridays and be patient because there's going to be a huge waiting line. Usually the Thursdays and Fridays the queue gets filled up pretty quickly. I try to remember and I try to play it. Those are Thursdays and Fridays. If not, then you're just here enjoying top world-class trained concert pianist practice. Thank you. Hello everyone. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. And I can't talk very much today because my throat. Thank you. Thank you. Let's jam? All right, let's jam. Yeah, let's go. Totally. Hello. Hi, Mark. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hi, how was your weekend? I'm seeing familiar faces or names. Mind blowing. Thank you. Great. Oh, too good for YouTube. You know what's up. Thank you. Magical. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mark says, music? She's playing it with her eyes closed. Yes. Thank you. It's so pretty. Thank you. Hey, Alkman. Welcome back. Hey, You. Hi. Welcome back. I haven't counted recently, but there's a thing called the concert level. So like able to just play or perform it. So you know that there's like levels of playing, right? There's a sight reading level, then there's a run through level, and then like you're working on that level, and then there's like the ultimate concert ready. I at one point I had about 6 hours 6 hours of really difficult music concert ready, all ready to go. I think on average I'm able to do about 3 hours, 2-3 hours of concert ready materials that are really, really, really hard. Like one weekend I did Mozart. I played with an orchestra an entire concerto, Mozart concerto, and then just the following day I had a solo recital. First half had I think maybe, I don't know if it was Brahms, Mozart, but then the second half of that recital, because it was over an hour recital, had Prokofiev, the entire Prokofiev Eighth Sonata. And then the following night, this was like 3 days in a row. The following night, I played the Rock 2, the Rachmaninoff Second Concerto, with an orchestra. So there's a lot of rehearsals during that week. And then obviously I was jumping from one venue to another that weekend. But yeah, I'm able to remember quite a bit. It was Mozart Concerto, and then solo recital. Mozart Concerto, these are a lot of notes. Solo recital, Prokofiev Eighth Sonata has a lot of notes just by itself, but it was an entire program including the Prokofiev Eighth Sonata. And then the following night, I played with an orchestra, the entire Rachmaninoff Concerto. So yeah, I don't know what that's worth, but on average, that's how much I'm able to retain. 2 hours easy. 2 hours are easy for me. 3 hours, on an average, I guess. But these are like really hard pieces. And I could get 2 hours worth of music concert ready at any given point. That's what I mean by concert pianists are different from just any pianists. Concert pianists are just a different breed altogether. We're bred differently. We're built differently. We're built differently, and we're made differently. But yeah, anyway, that's the fact about concert pianists. So if you're ever curious about like, oh, what's the difference between a regular pianist and a concert pianist? Well, a concert pianist, you'd be implying that they're world-class trained, top world-class trained. But yeah, pretty much we are the best pianists in terms of skills. We are the best class of pianists in the world. And then from that division of concert pianists, so the creme de la creme are the ones that have been trained by the world's best. So like there are concert pianists who concertize, but from there's actually even more higher ranking which then, any one of the creme de la creme of all the pianists in the world, the creme de la creme, we'd be happy to tell you who we studied with and who we've worked with. So, yeah, it's just a whole different, yeah, because it's, because we're professionals. Yeah, it's a different world. Music, leisurely music, consumers music, and then actual performers, concert pianists, world-class concert pianists. It's all just very different. But, they're kind of categorized under the big umbrella of music or big umbrella of piano. But it's really different. It's a different world altogether. Anyway, I'm going to keep warming up. Thank you. Like, subscribe, join membership. All right. Thank you. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Oh, oh. Thank you, Amir. Amir, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh, Akma, thank you so much. Thank you. No, TLC, hi. Hi. Hello, hi. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Midge. So good. Says. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. good. I'm good. Hannah, I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, your skills are amazing. Thank you. Hello, just catching up on chat. Your skills are amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Great. Great. Thank you so much. um, mm, well, you play beautifully. Thank you so much. Happy Monday, Hannah. Hannah, thank you. The best. Thank you. Oh, I see. You're the best. Thank you. Let's see. Wonder Rob asks, how much is heart emotion feeling like a poet, and how much is raw intellectual skills like complex math? You mean in terms of music, art? Let me just say this real quick. Astounding. Thank you. Let me just say this real quick. Intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. Now, most people say I can't define art, or it's hard to define art. There are people who say that. I'm on the other opposite of the spectrum, where I know what art is for sure. And I could say it in a nutshell. Now, I think they're generating, I've noticed today when I logged into the studio, YouTube studio, they're generating, like some kind of, I think they're, now going around, they have to fix the AI thing, I think, in order for it to be pretty accurate. But they're generating some stuff, and let's see, it says so there's like this tab called inspiration, and then they're generating all these potential topics, and potential, but I think it's based upon like I think it's based upon what general public thinks, because I doubt, and maybe it's the programmers' sentiments, but as of now, and I think even in the near future, or in the further future, I think art is for humans. And artistic thinking is for humans, and art in the highest form is for humans, I think, because it's about the thought that goes into it. So what we hear in here is it's the outcome of the thought. Now, most people think that feelings, emotions are in the heart, from the heart. But if you really think about it, feelings are generated in the brain. So technically, everything's from the brain. And if you'd like to say it's not true, then I mean, we could agree to disagree. But yes, so it's a common question. Emotions versus intellect. And most people would say feelings versus music theory. Feelings versus music theory, because one's from the heart, one's from the mind, right? But yes, okay, so say that, okay, so so technically speaking, both of them are from the brain. But let's say that one of them's from the heart and one of them's from the mind. Okay, so the logical versus the feeling, the emotions. The emotions, we believe, is something that we cannot control. But if you want to know from the perspective of the creator of the art, we're kind of made differently. Especially, I mentioned concert pianists are a different breed altogether. Concert pianists are very different from regular pianists, regular musicians. Concert pianists are very different breed, and I can't emphasize this enough. Concert pianists are very, very, very different breed. So if you are talking about just pianists, then then they have their own system, I'm pretty sure. They don't abide by our rules. And that's why we're different. Okay, let's think about it this way. It goes deeper. Like whatever your question that you're asking, it goes deeper. And you have to dive deeper. This is about art. Art is about depth. Really. It's not about feeling, it's not about thoughts, it's not about anything. No. It's about depth. That's what art is. Art is a balancing act between all aspects. Not just this or that, but it's a balancing act between all aspects, but in depth. That's what art is. Okay? And don't steal my ideas. This is what I said in live stream. And I've known this for a while. I just haven't said it in YouTube or anywhere in public because I know that ideas get stolen and hijacked and all that stuff. But don't steal it. Just, if you haven't come up with it, then you haven't lived it. Your ideas as an artist is yourself. So if you have not lived it, then there's nothing you could do to fake it. You cannot say one thing and then not back it up. Everything you say as an artist, you have to be able to back it up. And for me, I can back it up. So anyway, don't steal what I say. But anyway, art, essentially, and this applies everywhere. This is the truth about art. Art is that, okay, the definition of art is that, okay, let me just say this real quick. Okay, art is a balancing act of all aspects in depth. That is the definition of art, and it applies to all types of art. It's a balancing act of all aspects involved in depth. And that's what makes something art. But it has to have the balancing properties and in-depth properties in order for anything to be considered an art. This is my research finding. Intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. Art is a balancing act of all aspects involved in depth. And and if I could add something else, art does not have to please anyone. Art does not have to please anyone. So art is, okay, so the definition of art is that it is a balancing act of all aspects needed in depth, and it does not have to please anyone for it to be art, which means that a painting that balances the aspects of a great painting in depth does not have to be pleasing to the beholder for it to be art. The literary work, the literary work that balances all aspects of the masterful storytelling or idea sharing or whichever it may be in depth does not have to cater to the likings of the reader for it to be art. For art to be art, it has absolutely nothing. In art in its highest, purest form, art is the one that guides humans. Art is the one that leads, not follows. And that's what the artificial intelligence of today is lacking. It says in the tab, inspiration, but it does not lead because it is built by people. Artificial intelligence is built by people who don't understand art. It is built by people who are based upon statistics of what the sheep follows. If you put out this kind of content, then the sheep will follow this. It's a consumer's calculation, right? So if you're asking me, essentially, right? So the question itself is always, right? People ask me all the time, oh, okay, the question itself is, and that's the question, right? The question is, oh, is it mind versus heart? Is it feelings versus music theory? Is it intelligence versus emotions? And I get this question a lot, and I've tried to evade it because the answer is not going to be favorable to anybody who wants to be pleased. But I tell you one thing, art in its truest form, in the purest form, in the highest form, absolutely does not follow humans. Now, if you go really, really psychologically and philosophically, and this is not a podcast, unfortunately, I think I should start a podcast. But yes, if you really think about it, right? For example, when we think of, even if you're not religious, just say hypothetically, we're talking just hypothetically. If everything had to have a beginning, even the Big Bang, like even all of it, if nothing could come from nothing, then there had to be, maybe hypothetically, a creator, a divine creator. Okay, let's just say. Then the divine creator is going to be the most artistic being, because art is creativity at its finest form. Now, when the creator creates, when, say that, for example, humans were created, for example, if we were created, okay, hypothetically speaking, or whichever, it doesn't matter with your religious beliefs. Right now, we're just on a blank canvas. And this is a very important thing. If we were created, we have a right hand and a left hand. We didn't have to be born with the right hand and the left hand. But listen, it's completely balanced. Right? We have a left foot and a right foot. We are kind of symmetrically created. This, it's like if the evolution process, even if you believe in, say, evolution, right? The evolution process happened, right? Then with the evolution, some people should be growing some limbs here, some limbs here. Everybody maybe shouldn't be having uniform limbs, and therefore maybe clothing shouldn't all come out with holes for 2 arms, a neck, a torso, for example. Then the art in its highest form, which never follows, okay, doesn't have to be pleasing. And most art, most of the most beautiful arts were severely, harshly criticized when it was first revealed. For example, Debussy's Afternoon of the Faun. Let's just call it a nickname. The Afternoon of the Faun. Prelude to the Afternoon of the Faun. Whichever you call it. There is a piece that Debussy wrote, and it was a masterpiece. When that masterpiece first came out, a lot of people said, that is garbage. That is trash. We don't agree with it, right? Including Saint-Saëns. Now, Beethoven symphonies, Beethoven's works. When Beethoven's works first came out, some of them were met with very much hatred, like a lot of hatred, right? So, when it comes to art at its finest form, which I am capable of, and I've been trained to do so, and I lived in that category, art in its finest form, okay? This kind of category is one that leads. It's not the one that follows. And that's why I say concert pianists, especially someone like me, world-class concert pianist, is very different from other pianists. Very different. So, ordinary, regular pianists who call themselves pianists operate differently than we do. They don't abide by our rules. They don't abide by the currency of what we do. So not all pianists are the same. Not all musicians are the same. Not all art is the same. If you've understood this concept, then you will know that the act of asking how much percentage is this, how much percentage is this, how much percentage is this, you will understand that that question in itself doesn't fit someone like me. There are a lot of pieces, a lot of genres in classical music. There's Baroque, classical, romantic, contemporary, impressionistic, whichever way you categorize it. There's been a lot of composers. There's been a lot of compositions. There's been a lot of pieces. There's been a lot of different pieces. Chopin wrote mazurkas. Chopin wrote sonatas. Chopin wrote, even one composer wrote very short preludes, very long sonata, okay, very long concerto, or one composer wrote conceptual piece, and then technical piece, right? Brahms wrote, something very technical, something very conceptual, right? Every piece then needs different things. If the piece is conceptual, then the piece is going to need conceptual structure with appropriate stuff. No. Then why don't people ask? Does it require more emotions to play a sad piece than a happy piece? But no one's ever asked me that. Sorry. But I think the reason why no one's ever asked me how much, is it more emotions to play a sad piece, and is it more emotions to play a happy piece? I think no one's ever asked me that because in their mind, already from the start, they are rebellious. I think the question itself is innately very rebellious. And it would like to say that music has no laws. Music is all feelings. And there's only a little bit of, study that goes into it. And then why? Why minimize study? Why minimize discipline? Why minimize all of that? Why? So that you yourself could say, well, I know as much as that professional. Right? It makes it easy. It makes it easy for anybody, right, to minimize the intelligent properties of music. But if you think about it this way, does it require more feelings for sadness, or does it require more feelings for happiness? No one's ever asked me that. No one's ever asked me, how much does it cost to be really sad on a piece? How much does it cost to be exuberantly just joyful in a piece? No one's ever asked me that. And that's because everyone would like to have freebies. Everyone would like to have freebies. And people think music is an arena where freebies exist. You don't need to know a thing. You could just know minimal things, but you could be the judge. You could be the evaluator. You could put yourself on that pedestal too. Why? All you have to do is minimize the intelligent properties of music. And that makes you the judge. That makes you, it's a free-for-all, right? All you have to do is just minimize the intelligent properties that belong in music. But let me tell you something. It takes calculations to be sad. Proper calculations to be properly sad. And it takes proper calculations to be properly happy in music. But see, no one's asked me that. Why? Because everybody feels. Everybody has emotions. But not everybody has musical understanding. Not everybody has musical intelligence. So by eliminating, by asking and separating, by eliminating, by disintegrating the intelligent properties from the feelings, essentially, if you really go deeper, because we artists and artistic geniuses are deep thinkers. We don't just stop where everybody stops. We stop when we get to the bottom of things. The psychological implications of separating intelligence from music is saying, well, in music, intelligence is optional. If everybody agrees to that, if all the sheeps of the world, if all the lemmings of the world, or the sheeps of the world, if everybody agrees to that and upholds it to be the truth, then we could uproot all the elites in music, there would be a grand uprising, and then it would be all free for all. Everybody becomes the judge, everybody becomes the evaluator, everybody says music has no rules. Everybody could say, oh, I feel this way. Everything becomes subjective, and everybody's happy, and that makes everybody very happy, right? No, wrong. Wrong. You can't be more wrong. So, I avoid certain questions. I avoid answering certain questions in the chat. But let me answer this question once and for all. It takes calculations to emote. Calculations belong to the intelligent department. And let me tell you, contrary to the popular belief that music is a free-for-all, and all musicians are the same, and all pianists are the same, and everybody could, be in that pedestal. We could all take turns being on that pedestal, and world peace. It's a big fallacy right there. But let me just tell you, music has right answer, and the beauty of music lies in the fact. The beauty of art lies in the fact that it is above humans. Art is above you and me. That's what art is. Art is a guiding thing. It is not a consuming thing, and it is not something that we tote around like a keychain. Art in its finest form, which this channel is all about. Art in its finest form, and this channel is all about the highest form of art, the purest form of art. And the host of this channel is the purest, highest form of artist, trained by the world's best. Record number of world's best. I could assure you that you're in a very different territory, even inside YouTube. This is a very different territory. And art in its highest form, in its purest form, does not have to cater to the beliefs of today, to the thoughts of today. Art in its highest form will be the guiding light for everyone else. It's above humans. Why? Well, the music that I play is based upon physics. Did you make physics? Did you make the laws of physics? Did you create physics? Are you the owner of physics? Am I? Neither of us are. Neither of us are. Neither of us are the creators of the properties of sound. Did you create time? Did you create sound? Did you make it from scratch? Did you do it? Did I do it? None of us are. None of us are the creators of sound or time. But the definition of music is that it's sound organized in time. Did you make sound? Did you make time? Did you create it? Did you make sound waves? I didn't. So, concert pianists, concert artists, in the highest form, what we do is we learn. We learn about the properties of sound. We learn about the properties of time. We learn about the effects of it, and we calculate, and we deliver. That's what we do. There's a lot of memorization that goes into it that the general public does not know about, and most people don't know about. There's a lot of memorization goes into memorizing the properties of sound, memorizing the properties of time, memorizing the psychological, philosophical implications of both combined. So, that's my answer. That's my full answer. I usually don't give more than 20% on YouTube. But here's one time that I'm giving you my full answer. My full answer to the age-long question I've been asked over and over and over and over and over again. Is it feeling versus music theory? Is it emotions versus intelligence? How about I ask you? How much emotions do you think is needed to portray the correct type of sadness? Because even sadness is not that simple, right? There's the sadness of, you just bought an ice cream cone and somebody bumps into you and you knock that over. And so you don't have ice cream. Ice cream's on the floor. 5-second rule doesn't apply. There's that type of sadness. And then there's another type of sadness where you just lose something permanently forever that can't be replaced. There's different levels of sadness. There's different gradations of sadness. Then how much emotions is needed to portray the correct amount of sadness? Because you can't play, for example, Chopin waltz, right? So Chopin waltz sadness is not one of the most gravest form of sadness. Let's just say. Then how much sadness can you portray? But doesn't that require intelligence? Doesn't that require knowledge? Doesn't that require something? But why are you separating the two? There must be a reason why you're separating the two. Brain versus heart, mind versus heart. There must be a reason why. Why? Because if you take away the intelligence part, then does that make you a master of the emotional part? Does that make you understand music better? Is that what it is? Is what I want to know. Art has never been, in its highest form, it's never been catered to us. It's art. It's a leader. Art is not a follower. And even if you take away the intelligent part, or you think you can, which is impossible, it's built in. Even if you think, I don't know as much music theory, but I understand music. Honestly, if you don't understand music theory, you don't understand music. Because the two are one. For those of you who say, I love Satie's music because it calms me down, I would like to tell you one very disturbing fact. Satie's music was not built to calm you down. Wow. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, happy new mindset. Satie's music has been plugged into films, in film music, and it depicted a certain mood. But people consumed it as if it's like a lullaby. But here's the catch. If you could read. See, if you're illiterate in music, then you will say, oh, yeah, that's calming. Yeah. But it's kind of like this, when I first learned, or when I first tried learning Japanese, people try to teach me bad words. When I first tried learning Chinese or Japanese, and like people were, they're pranking me. They try to teach me bad words. But what do I know? It sounds Japanese. It sounds Chinese. It sounds like it, right? It doesn't sound bad because I don't know. It sounds like Japanese. Like whatever, if somebody tries to tell me like how to say something bad in Japanese, like I've been taught shizukani shide, shizukani shi, and that's not very polite. I learned. But when you don't know, it sounds Japanese. And so you say, "Ooh, that's cool. Ooh, that's cool. I know how to say something in Japanese." But you wouldn't go around saying to people, if you know Japanese, shizukani, you wouldn't say that. That's not something you would say. Right? But that's exactly how everyone is approaching music, especially classical music. Oh, it sounds like classical music. It's cool. I love Eric Satie. Do you really? Do you really love Eric Satie? Do you even know? It's the equivalent. And as a native music speaker, I can't help but to say, you've got it wrong. Not because, of anything, but the fact of the matter that the truth is bigger than you or me. That's what it is. The truth is bigger than me. The truth is certainly bigger than you. It's just bigger than the both of us. That's the truth. I hope you understand. I should have a podcast. Then we could discuss all sorts of things. And how Liszt is actually very similar to Schubert. And hardly, people don't know who's similar to who, right? People think, oh, this sounds like Chopin. Oh, very different. If you only knew. I'm a native speaker when it comes to music and piano. And I haven't seen very many native speakers in piano and music. So, especially not on YouTube. Yeah. So, it sounds like we're speaking the same language, but we're really not, actually. But I would like to bridge that gap, if possible. It'd be nice to share. Anyway, I'm gonna keep warming up. Thank you, everyone. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. just wanted to do a little bit of demonstration, maybe not too much, but Opus 24 using number 1 and number 2. I mentioned before that, when calculating happiness or calculating sadness, what a concert pianist would do, right? In the highest form of art. Now, there's I did mention that, there's regular pianists, and then there are world-class trained pianists, concert pianists. And not all concert pianists are actually world-class trained. So there's actually, a hierarchy above that too. But we, from where the highest class is, we are aware of something called the density. The density. It's a term that I coined, but there's a density when it comes to certain notes. When you're a beginner, you're encouraged to press down into the keys. This would be considered maybe 100% density. Let's just say, for example, if that's called 100% density, then does that sound happy? Does that make you happy? I'm so happy. Just because it's in major key, can we make that happier? So the calculation goes into, okay, now we're in major key, sounds happy, lots of movement. How can we make it so that it sounds even happier? Maybe we could do inflict some nuances. Okay. If the beats bounce back and forth, then it might be more fun. More fun means more happiness. So, okay, we're gonna put accents on the certain beats to make it sound bouncy, because then the fun of the bounciness equals happiness, right? Okay, then that's where most pianists stop. That's like pretty much advanced, right? If you're able to bounce rhythms back and forth with 100% sounds. That's advanced, right? So it's like, okay, this is, some people win competitions at this level. But then when you get to the creme de la creme, the top echelon, that people, the mythical creatures of piano, what we do is we actually carve out the weight, the heaviness. We're able to carve out the heaviness so that it sounds light and it bounces and is happy. So it becomes something casual, something light, something fun, something happy. Because happiness, right, if you calculate it, has a light load, has a light, unsaturated. It's kind of unsaturated. It's unburdened. Happiness, if you think intelligently, right? What is happiness? What's the definition of happiness? What makes somebody happy is when you're unburdened. You have no obligations, right? And you're having fun. If you're unobligated and you're not weighed down, and then you have fun, then it sounds happy, right? So then the top echelon, the world's best, are able to create that moment for you by doing this kind of sound where you carve out, where you're calculating not just the speed and the accuracy of the notes, and you're not just carving out, or you're not just calculating the accuracy of the notes, the speed of the notes, the accent, the multiple accents. You're not just doing that, but you're actually calculating the depth that you're pressing the keys. And for someone to be able to calculate each of the depth that goes down to the keys, that is very, very advanced, especially at a high speed. So then, the very, very top echelon makes everything sound effortless, happiness, and light. This feather-light texture, this density, it only belongs to the top of the top. So then you get very fluffy happiness. So here we go. Now with this section, see, when something is very sincere, the sound, the tone, okay, the density of the tone changes. Well, it makes logical sense that a top world-class, best trained pianist would know how to manipulate the tone and the density, right? So what we people who belong in our category do is we manipulate the sound so that the tone becomes a little bit deeper when something's a little bit more sincere, when something has a little bit more weight to it, right? Then what Chopin does is he says, well, first, when this slow section, sostenuto, he writes. So he knew about the density of the tone. If you think that the top echelon just kind of, needlessly, built these millions and billions of rules just to say, oh, we're better than everybody else. No, it's actually not true. It's built in the music that people overlook or can't do. I don't know. For some reason. Anyway, it says that Chopin, Freddie Chopin wrote sostenuto here, which means he wanted to be a little bit more sincere. He says, tone down the fluffiness, the silliness, the happiness, little bit, so that you sound sincere. So here we go, sincere, and then he actually adds. He says, well, we're too serious. So then he adds the grace notes. We'll see about that. Okay, sostenuto. But this kind of density, this kind of sostenuto, this kind of sound, this kind of roundness is not the same as the Brahms intermezzo. It's not the same as the the Rachmaninoff, you know, or the Tchaikovsky, or the or the Beethoven, you know. It's not. So this kind of sostenuto is still within the character, but compared to before, there's a little bit more substance, right? It's relative. So then we calculate the amount of sincerity. And then he says, it's a little too serious. Hey, why be so serious, right? He says, okay, let's add some grace notes. And that's what I mean by Chopin plays mind games. He is very popular with us, but we don't realize how much mind games he actually plays with us. He doesn't just play mind games with the feelings. He plays mind games with a lot of things. And that's why I guess people don't get tired of Chopin, because he's good at calculations. He gives a little, and then he says, oh, maybe not too much. And then he says, So he goes all over the spectrum. Maybe that's why he's very popular with us, because people do enjoy his tug and pull, this tug of war, right? And it's very playful, it's very gentle, it's very sophisticated. But yes, so you see, even in this minute waltz, very famous waltz, that Chopin plays, and he plays seriously. So he is seriously playful, and he is seriously calculative. But as a performer, are you allowed to portray that seriousness? Not at all. Not at all. The performer knows all of this. A great performer, top echelon, creme de la creme. We know. But we pretend. We pretend we don't know. We pretend we're innocent. And that's what we are. Top concert performers. So then, I'll play the whole thing, and you enjoy. And that's in a nutshell, very calculated. Happiness, very calculated. Playfulness, very calculated. A glimpse of sincerity, a very calculated pulling back of that sincerity. It's like he gives a little and then he takes back a lot. But he does it so playfully, so we forgive him. Always. Okay, and then I remember, and this is linked with music theory. So there's absolutely no separating the two. The emotions are based upon intellect. Even in the literary terms, people say, you fall in love and you want to know her more. And when the Bible says he knew her, that was the end game. Knowing is love. Knowing is equated with love. You put in an effort to know someone that you love. The two are connected. The two are the same. So with music, you know as much as you love. And if you say, well, I love music, but I don't know much about music, then you don't love music. You love how you feel when it comes to music. So you're very selfish when it comes to music. But the effort of getting to know something, getting to know someone, is a selfless act. So that effort of selflessness, of knowing someone, is love. And the truth applies to music. When you get to know music, that's love. You love music as much as you know about music. I hate to break it to you. But the truth doesn't have to be convenient for everybody. Right? And wouldn't you rather know? I'd rather know. I'd rather know where I stand, than to be confused. Right? And if you want to prove your love for music, then how about in the new year, 2026, you learn music. Join membership. I could teach you all about it. All right, so now then we're going to go into calculating sadness. Now this part is a little trickier. Calculating sadness is actually a little trickier than calculating happiness. Because intellectual property of Christine, Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim, me, intellectual property of me. Calculating sadness in music, it's harder. It's trickier. That is the first part. The second part, if you could logically come to an explanation as to why calculating sadness would be harder in music, then you have sure. But calculating sadness in music means that you're controlling the level of energy, input and output. Happiness is a form of energy. Sadness is a form of energy. But sadness sometimes is a lack of energy. But how do you produce music when there's lack thereof? I'm showing more than 20% on YouTube today. And I probably regret it later. But anyway, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. This is my research findings. Calculating sadness on piano is harder because happiness is all energy. How do you generate energy while subtracting it at the same time. So playing something sad, playing something deep, contemplative, is a little bit more trickier than generating something happy, just because of the nature of energy production. With sadness, you have to consciously minus. Well, with extreme happiness, just as the minute waltz, it's actually, minute waltz is not easy to play if you want to play it at a very high level. Obviously, because of the reason that happiness is like, oh, happy, I'm happy, right? But you have to contain that energy and really fine tune it, right? But then with sadness, it's like there's different levels of sadness. And then you have to control that level of energy that goes into sadness, but then you have to subtract it out. That's why a lot of people have a hard time with Schubert, because in Schubert, I'm giving more than 20% on YouTube today. In Schubert, major chords are sad. Schubert writes in major keys when he's sad. So then, you have to be like smiling but sad. But you have to do it on piano. And it has to be energy control. How fine-tuned can you, how finely can you control your energy? How much energy can you control in a fine manner? And that is the key to knowing who's actually advanced at piano and who's not. People who are not advanced at piano don't know how to control their energy. It's about how I feel. Wah! Feelings. Who cares about music theory? But when you get to the top of 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 the top, it's kind of like how have you ever been to like a really fancy place with diplomats and very fine dining, very elegant people dressed elegantly and things? They never show their emotions. They conceal. And concealing has become an art in these types of events. I've been to a ton of them. I've met the Forbes 6th richest man. And everybody around it they were basically there for him, not for the music. He was there for the music. Well, he was there for the music and to, give some money. But everybody else was not there for the music. They were there to see him. But they had to conceal, right? So the people that were there to meet the Forbes 6th richest man who came to see me play. So the Forbes 6th richest man with the prime minister came to see me play. But everybody else in that crowd, the crowd, came to see them and not me. And I knew it. And I was just a student. I was a young student. I still knew it. Because they weren't very good at concealing. But you know what I noticed when I talked with the 6th Forbes richest man in the entire world? However that ranking went, he was one of the richest people in the world. I've noticed that he was very reserved. Conceal. You couldn't read his mind. You couldn't read his thoughts. You couldn't read anything. Right? And guess what? When it comes to the finest level of music, it's going to be a little bit like that. And so while the mass would say, oh, emotions, I feel. Well, that's kind of cheap. You know what's not cheap? is this type of cultivated dynamic. This isn't cheap. Let me show you. So Chopin in this waltz decided on a minor, but it's a minor that is not stagnant. It's a minor that kind of moves along, which means it's not like a sadness that, like, gets you bedridden. It's a type of sadness that you move along, right? I've mentioned this before, but for those of you who are new, then you calculate that by what? Calculating the density. The density. How much? How much energy do you give? How much energy do you subtract? What do you do with your hands? And that's something that very few people understand, right? Because it's an art. If everybody understood it, it wouldn't be art. That's the truth. Anyway, so here's the Chopin's push and pull mind games. Mind games galore. I tell you, this is just Chopin's playing mind games with you, starting now. So you basically had to calculate just enough sadness, just enough playfulness, just enough sincerity, but overall come off like it's nothing. And there we have it. Perhaps the most popular composer of our time, Chopin. Mind games galore. And I'll break down what kind of mind games he plays with you and how I'm able to achieve it by calculating the density. It's one of those things. Density is not all of it, but I'll tell you one aspect of portraying this push and pull mind games is imagine this. Hello everyone, how you like? Subscribe to our membership. And intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. It's never good to steal somebody else's idea unless you could really back it up, because otherwise you would be found out as a phony. That would be bad for your reputation. Anyway, intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim, me, and like, subscribe, and join membership. Now, how does Chopin play mind games? Well, and how do a top performer portray this type of mind game? Imagine sound as distance. Now, if you know the property of sound, if you understand the property of sound, that they go in cycles, right? It travels in cycles. That's why it's called frequency, right? Because we're calculating the amount of cycles within amount of the span, right? Anyway, if we calculate the sound calculation is very crucial in Chopin's music. You have to calculate the exact amount for Chopin to sound like Chopin. A lot of people have said that my Chopin is one of the best Chopins they've ever heard. And this is from professionals, non-professionals, everybody. The reason is because I'll tell you the secret to the recipe is that I calculate my sound to like even the slightest degree. My sounds are extremely calculated. The reason why I do that is because imagine this. Imagine someone here, right here. Hello, hi. And then imagine someone right here. Hello, hi. And it's kind of like when you press down into the keys. It's like hi. It's like that. Because the sound decay. So if you want distance, then you're here. But then if you want to be up in your face, then you're here. But there's a type of sound that is up in your face, and there's types of sound that is a little bit further away. How is that related to emotions? Well, how is that not related to emotions? How do you feel if somebody's in your face like this? Hi, how are you? Did you eat? Are you hungry? Do you want to grab a bite? Or how about some kind of comfortable distance? What do you think about that? Distance is great, right? Yeah, hey, how are you? What's up? Pizza? How about pizza? Want pizza? But that's the kind of sound. Most people care about the major and the minor tonality and the chords, but they don't care about the sound quality. But if you press minor chord, say you press minor chord like this, and then you play major chord like this. Is that different? A performer's job is to show differences. And so, who's then the best player of Chopin? Is one who could pick up the subtle differences. And by subtle, it means physically manipulating the sound waves. I could do that. And I have done it. I'll show you. Like, subscribe, join membership. I'll show you. Now, at the very beginning, you have to have this big bass. Cannot do without it. It's an anchor. It is like the most essential, people like to talk about chord progressions. I don't. But let's just go over this. That's the one. That's the subdominant, dominant, tonic. It's the most iconic chord progression ever. That's what he outlines in the bass. Meaning, now, when you see Chopin write that at the beginning, Chopin doesn't do that he doesn't do that all the time. Why? Because he's advanced. Because Chopin's so advanced, he doesn't do that all the time. In fact, sometimes he just starts like this. Sometimes he 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 starts, he starts his pieces. He sometimes starts, yeah, really? like, what do you want me to do with this? What do you... What is that? What is that? Are we in the middle of something? Are we starting? What's going on? What's this? What's that? Huh? That's how Chopin sometimes starts. So it's not every day that we get a very, very clear cut bass chords. Hello, he wants to be like, hey, I want to be normal. Does he really? I doubt it. Because the right hand, he says, oh, the left hand says, oh, I'll be friendly, Freddie Chopin. That's what the left hand says. But then in the right hand, he says, oh, no, but I'm still Chopin. I do what I do. I confuse people. I play mind games. And that's what I do best. And that's why I'm the most popular composer of all time. Perhaps. I play mind games. Here we go. Mind games. Let's go. Oh. Okay. It's like you're looking at something like this, right? Look, feels like that. Feels like this. A little lopsided. A little lopsided, Chopin. But he says, well, no, I'm a good guy because I give you something very anchorable, very anchored, very anchored. So I give you the traditional bass. I give you the traditional bass. I'm a good guy. Are you really, Chopin? Are you really a good guy? Because you're giving us the bass, but your right hand sounds like. Oh yeah. Oh, he thinks he's a good guy because he gave us that 4-note succession, the traditional 4-note bass succession. Nah, he's not. You know why? It's because this chromatic scale is deliberately used to say, well, we don't know where we're going. Confusion, 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 confusion. I confuse you, and then we landed in a very confusing theme. Hate to break it to you, but this is actually not a coherent melodic line, but rather, you know what this is? It's motivic. Intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. We have stumbled upon a highly motivic Chopin waltz. Usually, something motivic is used in a higher elevated form. Even in forms, there's hierarchies. If you didn't know, there's a musical hierarchy even within the forms of music. The highest form is going to be, in the artistic sense, the highest form is going to be sonata form. The sonata form is the highest level of forms. So like when a composer could write a sonata, when a composer could write a good sonata, that means the composer is a great composer. Say a composer does not know how to write a great sonata. Is that person still a good composer? Not a seriously considered composer. To be honest, that's just how this world works. So even the forms, even what it's titled, even the lengths of the music has hierarchy, has ranking. It has number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Waltzes are not considered one of the serious forms. But since Chopin plays mind games, you know what he does? He says, let's go motivic. Ha ha ha. Motivic is what you do in sonatas, Chopin. You don't do that here. Waltzes are casual. Chopin, what are you doing? Chopin, waltzes are casual forms of music. They're a little bit more casual than sonatas. Chopin says, I do what I want. I do when I want it. Let's write motivic music. So there you have it. The Opus 64 number 2. Everybody is motivic. Da 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 da. It's because Chopin wanted to play mind games. And what easier way to play mind games than motivic? He chose the ultimate way to play with our minds. Who else was good at mind games? Beethoven was. But I think our generation would say that Chopin may be a better mind gamer. Yeah. So, we have a motive that appears at the very beginning of the piece. And what he does is he does this, 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 and he plays Tetris with it from beginning to the end. And I'll show you all the motivic entrances. I vowed I would never show more than 20%, but I am now showing a bit more than 20%. Maybe that'll be the New Year thing. Who knows? But today, we're ending 2025, starting 2026 soon. I guess I'm in the mood. Let's go dissect Chopin, the mind gamer. All right, so this, a motive is going to be a cell. It's going to be a unit. A motive could be made up of 3 notes. It could be made up of 2 notes. It just needs to be an idea. And this idea is going to permeate through the whole entire thing. Chopin spins it in a way that nobody detects it. Nobody understands what he's doing, but it sounds good. Makes me feel good, right? That's and he's like, yeah, play in my palms. He places us like right in his palms and says, oh, dance. All the while we think Chopin's working for us. It's the opposite. He has 2 notes. It's a half step, and this idea permeates throughout the entire piece. I'll show you. He turns that half note, half step, 2 note, into, connects it, and then use it as a motive, as an extended form of the motive. Ever wonder why he has a descending, but it's not all chromatic? Ever wonder why? Anybody who's ever played this, ever wonder why he just didn't go, you know? Ever wonder why he didn't do that? But he wrote, two note, motive. He's hitting us with the head with the motive. And he knows that 99.9% of the population will never get it. He knows he's hitting us with the motive. Da 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 da. This is a motive. I'm hitting you in the head with the motive. But you don't know it. You just like it. Yeah, I assure you, if Chopin was alive right now, he would not be a very popular person. His music might be very popular, but maybe not his personality. But let's just say, beautiful music, right? So he's hitting us with a motive. And then when he does, how about here? Well, this is a relief from the half note motive. So what he does is he introduces us to the motive, and then he dilutes it. And then he isolates the motive in that manner, and then he says, oh, I diluted. That's the push and pull. He knows how to give angst and then put medicine on it. He's like, I caused you pain, but I'll put some ointment on it right away, sir. And then he'll do another angst. It'll be like, oh, here's more ointment. Here you go. That's what he's doing. Very playful, right? So mind games. Let's go. That's another motive. Motive. And motive. And then he says, motive, yeah. Ointment, ointment, and then motive, motive, and then says, I'll dilute it. Motive. And how about then, you know what makes sense? If you analyze it in a way that is truthful, then everything will make sense. Anybody who's ever tried to analyze this waltz as a non-motivic piece would have failed because the pieces just don't fit. And I'll give you the biggest example of why this is a motivic piece if you were in doubt, and why analyzing this in a motivic manner would get you to the right answer. I told you there's a right answer. The middle section. It's a big ointment section. He's like, oh, I caused you so much stress. I'll alleviate it. But you know what he does? He does it with the motive. If I didn't respect Chopin, I would call him crazy. But I have so much respect for Chopin. The più lento section, the middle section, if you know, he has this here. He ends with the half step. He tries to use the scale going down instead of, but actually if you do Schenkerian analysis and you do if you do thinning out of the non-structural notes, then you realize that it's the same. You know that same thing that he said, motive, 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 and he went bong, 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 bong over our heads with. He's like, oh, I'll give you a new theme. I'll give you a new section. He fooled us for centuries. For centuries. Do you know how many people he's fooled over the centuries? Can you count? I heard this year alone, Chopin had 8 billion listeners on Spotify. Or something like that. 8 billion streaming on Spotify. That's what I heard. I'm not sure. I haven't checked. But we're talking billions at least. Do you know how many people Chopin's fooled? Billions. Truly. Anyway, so he's using the same downward descent that he conked us. He said motive, 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 motive. He said, oh, well, just target diatonic, and then I'm so nice. He flips the motive, and then he uses more motive. Then you might say he hides pieces of the motive inside the section that's supposed to comfort us, the section that's supposed to be comforting for us, the section that's supposed to be like, oh, happiness, pure bliss, oh yes, now things are good, oh, we're reminiscing about, people like to make up stories about Chopin's music. Oh, this feels like a breakup. And then this is like reminiscing and no. Just look at his notes. His actual notes. His actual notes tell exactly what Chopin's been thinking, what Chopin's been doing. There's no guessing of making up fictional stories to go with this waltz. No, you don't need to do that. You don't need to make fictional stories up. Do you know how many people Chopin's fooled in the centuries that he's been around? Anyway. If you flip this These are all seconds. He's moving in seconds. Did he know how to write in thirds? Of course he did. Did he know how to write in fourths? Of course he did. Did he know how to write? Did he know how to write in different, like six or different intervals? Of course he did. Of course he did. Is he doing this on purpose? Of course he is. Thinking that he could fool all of you? Of course. Chopin has got all of his fans from fooling them. Wow. Happy New Year. Yeah, and people ask me, oh, you play Chopin so well. How do you play Chopin so well? Well, you just need to know him. You just need to know Chopin. Then you'll get to play him so well. But once you get to know him, you realize some truth about Chopin. Well, whatever. Half step, half step, half step, motives, his motive. But he says, I'm comforting you. This is comforting. This is a major key. Don't you understand? If you write a major key, everything's okay. This is the true mind of Chopin. That's what he wrote. And very few people over the centuries have actually understood what he actually wrote. Because some of them were too busy making up fictional stories. About how this could be a background music to their fictional stories. Well, that was unnecessary, actually. Anyway. Oh my gosh, so many. He says, he writes 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. He makes it obvious. It's right in your face. It's staring at you in your face. And you didn't know. And guess what? To make matters worse, if you think I'm making these things up, I'll give you another layer of evidence. If you check out his left hand, before the left hand was nice, it was doing very conventional stuff. He hides the motive in plain sight. So now both the right hand and the left hand are playing the motives. Yeah, the more you know. The more you know. Anyway, he ends this whole section. More motives, right hand, left hand, tag team. And then he ends the whole entire section with... But But if you didn't know all of this information because you didn't study enough, then what are you doing with Chopin's music as a performer? So you didn't know that this is motivic. Then what's going on in your head when you're playing this? Fictional story about Hansel and Gretel, or like what are you thinking of? Mama bear, Papa bear, baby bear? What are you making up? This is kind of highly motivic. And highly motivic stuff, you reserve it for serious compositions like the Liszt Sonata and the sonatas. Like Beethoven wrote motivic symphonies. You reserve it for symphonies, you reserve it for sonatas, you reserve it for more serious stuff. What's Chopin doing? Writing motivic waltzes that fooled everyone for centuries. What's he doing? What is his motive for writing motivic music for waltz? Why? And that's actually what I do to show. I show all of this when I perform. And that's why some people consider my Chopin the best. Because I actually show what's actually written. And I don't make up fictional stuff in my head as I go along. I don't go, his fondness for his homeland, while glossing over all the, I don't gloss over all the motivic stuff. If you write fictional stories inside your head to, say, oh, this is this kind of piece, well, then you're kind of glossing over whatever he wrote. All the motivic details that he wrote. Anyway, I'll play this from beginning to the end. Like, subscribe, join membership. Intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. Once again, don't steal what you can't back up. If you're out there stealing my ideas. Because I know for a fact there's only one of me. Thank you. Like, subscribe, join membership, and I will show you a highly motivic Chopin waltz that no one really knew that it was motivic until now. Well, let's just say it's safe to say never assume anything with Chopin. Never assume that you know Chopin. Never assume that what you know about Chopin is correct. Well, that was a highly motivic waltz. Now you know. And you're lucky, because you know. Or is ignorance bliss? Let's see. I mean, just imagine if he does that with the waltz, imagine what he does with other pieces. Everybody likes the first ballade, right? Do you guys even know what goes on in the first ballade? My gosh. I would hate to break it to you. That's some crazy stuff. Truly, truly crazy stuff. That's the first ballade. I understand why there's like a cult following for the first ballade. But I wonder if all of those who follow the, or are big fans of the first ballade actually know what goes on inside the first ballade. It's mind-blowing. Even for me. And I've been playing, tens of thousands of pieces. But even for me, and even having played, most of Chopin's pieces, even for me, the first ballade is like, whoa. It's pretty whoa. Anyway, hello everyone. Hi, like, subscribe, join membership. Hope everyone's doing well. I have not been following with the chat, but I hope. Ooh, my super mod is here. Thank you. He's been at it. Great. Thank you so much. My super mod, you're the best. Thank you so much. All right. Yeah. So let's see. Thank you so much. 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 Lovely. 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 Thank you so much. Hi. Yeah. Okay. Any other? Well, we're on the topic of Chopin. Tip of the iceberg. Yes, tip of the iceberg. Yes, it is. It is the tip of the iceberg. I am not. Yes, yes. This kind of stream today is fire. Oh, you're enjoying it. Glad. I'm glad. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Okay. How about? Oh, was it? No way. Yeah, well, thank you. Well, do you guys want to know how exactly is do you guys really want to know about the ballade number 1? Do you guys want to know about the first ballade? Should we do it? Should we shock the world? Should we do it? Give me a thumbs up in the chat if you think we should do it. Heck yeah. Moria's so into it. Absolutely. Oh yeah. All right. Well, very nice. Thank you so much. Nice. Thank you. Great. All right, really? You want to know about the Chopin Ballade? Are you sure you want to know about the Chopin Ballade #1? Oh. Okay, well. All right, guys. I guess Merry Christmas to you. Yeah, this is kind of information you will not be getting anywhere else, actually. This is a one of a kind channel, and we're having a one of a kind of a day. One of a kind of a day. All right, I'll give you the Chopin Ballade. Hello, everyone. Like, subscribe, join membership. All right. All right. Great. Now I'll just tell it to you from the beginning. I'm gonna have to write this down, just so that I could track myself from going beyond the 20% again. Let me just write down today's date. Went over 20%. Okay. All right. Well, here goes. Anybody here familiar with Schenkerian analysis here? Anybody familiar with the Schenkerian analysis and what it does? Essentially, Schenkerian analysis is not really about analysis. My theory professor is from Yale. He said it's about listening. Schenkerian analysis, it is structural listening by making a visual graph, and as a result, a visual graph of the structural listening. And I remember thinking, like, wow, really changes the way you view music and you listen to music when you take out the fluff and the ersatz, the foreground, the middle ground, the background, looking for all the zoogs. Yeah. It really, changes the way you look at music. And I thought, because I was like, okay, yeah, Schenkerian analysis. Like, people talk about that like as if like it's the highest form of, whatever. And I was like, oh, I could do without it. It's okay. I'm a fabulous pianist without it. And honestly, I actually was. I was fabulous pianist without the Schenkerian analysis, but I hated to admit it. After Schenkerian analysis, my world changed. And my view of who is a good pianist and who's not a good pianist changed. Like, my whole entire world shifted as a result of getting a degree in Schenkerian analysis. I did equal parts post-tonal and tonal, which meant that I did the KH tables too. But it was funny because the Schenkerian analysis that I did, the tonal studies that I did with the equal parts of the post-tonal studies, it kind of all tied in together. So here's a revelation for all of us, or all of you, is that no matter how far away we are from tonality, we are never really far away. Intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim. Thank you so much for being here. Like, subscribe, join membership. I am today for today. It's still tip of the iceberg, but I'm showing more than 20% today. This is more than 20%. I'm trying to put a cap to it though, so that I don't show more than a certain amount. But anyway, so if you're familiar with Schenkerian analysis, you'll know that this Ballade No. 1 is crazy because it has Schenkerian analysis, not stemming from the top, but it actually has Schenkerian analysis that you could Schenkerian analysis. The main ersatz is actually the bottom. You know, like in Schenkerian analysis, most of the time, for those of you who are familiar, you know that the ersatz, you could find it from the top notes, right? So there's a descent, but then with this ballade, it's crazy because you get it from the bottom. I'll show you exactly what happens. By the way, this is beyond doctoral level. If you don't understand it, don't worry about it. This is beyond. This is beyond. This is like Einstein talk, okay? If you've just stumbled upon this, thinking, oh, this is gonna be a regular piano stream. You just hear pianos, and you get to request songs, and person plays it. And if you think this is the type of stream, then today is not it. I try to make it that on Thursdays and Fridays. We do cater to that 2 days out of the week for a number of hours, but today is not it. Today, at this point, at this time, in this time, we are doing more than even professors in university settings that have doctorate. This is above that level. This is the highest level. What am I about to say? It's the highest level. And so, just for this moment, I will, how about this? I won't put a cap to it. Just for this moment, I will just be purely, but maybe succinctly, I'll try to minimize the jargon, or I'll try to minimize it to a short summary. I'll try to make it short, but I'll give you the essence of the full thing, without stopping at a certain point. Intellectual property of Dr. Christine Hye-Su Kim, and this is not to show off or anything. It's just to show how crazy the ballade is. It's literally just to show how crazy the Ballade No. 1 is. It's a lot crazier than you thought it was. And Chopin fooled billions of people in the centuries that he's existed and he's been gone. In the centuries, he's fooled billions of people. Well, of all places, YouTube, huh? Okay, well, here it is. First of all, as I said before, and I'm not gonna water this down to make it easy for people to understand. I'm not gonna do that. I'll just say whatever needs to be said, and then I'll give a demonstration of it. If you don't understand it, don't feel bad. This is the highest form. This is the highest level. It goes beyond university doctorate level. It goes beyond doctorate level at a very prestigious university. So don't worry about it. Okay. Typically when you do a Schenkerian analysis, what you do is you get the top notes and then you do like a major sectional thing with the ersatz, and you pretty much end up with every piece. You pretty much end up with this formulation. It's gonna be how fancy is that? That's the Schenkerian analysis that you get. If you do it in a minor key, then you get it in a minor form. Like, this is what happens. And that's what you get. But with this piece, that's not what you get. That's how crazy it is. Because the point of Schenkerian analysis is that you're able to apply the same Schenkerian theory, the analytic theory, to all music that is tonal, and it works. And that's the brilliance of it. And then that is the that's the working point. But when it came to this piece, it was different. And I'm just gonna say this: I love Chopin. I have respect for Chopin, but he's crazy. Like, and he's fooled billions of people within the centuries. So I'll tell you why. Everybody would this is crazy. Everybody would say, "Oh, you know, this first ballade, what key are we in?" Well, key signature wise, we have two flats, B flat, E flat. That means we're either in B flat major or G minor, right? Because G minor is the relative, because it shares the same key signatures, right? If you share the same last name, you're a relative, right? Or, you know, like within the family, right? If your relative would sometimes share the same last name as you, right? And so how do you remember the difference between parallel minor and parallel majors and relative majors and relative minors? Is that the relative major, relative minor will share the same key signature, and the parallel would share the same starting point. Now, this one is B flat major or G minor. In this case, it's G minor. Now, at the very start of this piece, he starts like this. This is G minor. Let me just play something in G minor, and then I'll start the piece. And then you'll be like, what? Okay? But there's a purpose of it. The crazy part is not the crazy beginning of it. The randomness of it. That's not the crazy part. The crazy part is that all the random stuff that's happening in Chopin is all planned. And most people don't know it. It's all planned. It's all strategic. That's how crazy Chopin is. Okay, so I'll play something in G minor, and then I'll start the piece. And you'll know how far we are from the actual tonality that we're supposed to be in. You know, then you have randomness. It's so random. Oh my gosh. And I have to say, there's been a lot of tutorials on this, probably none of them is going to be what I say, what I'm about to say. This whole entire piece is left-hand based. Yes, there are motivic ideas. It's one of Chopin's favorite motivic ideas, but yes, it's highly motivic again, but the ersatz, the main idea, the main thing, is actually not in G minor at all. He outlines. And then you have the middle section here, and then he stays there a little bit, and then he goes to I think at one point he goes back to I forget which hold on. He eventually goes up to the F. He eventually goes up to the, he does, let's see, what is it? No, he does. He really does. He goes to the F. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. He does. And then, notice, okay, it's not pure coincidence. Okay, again, I'm not going to explain this so that it's easier for people to understand. This is going to be at the highest level of the highest level of the highest level. Notice at the very beginning of the piece, he starts with an octave. At the very end of the piece, he has a whole bunch of octaves. He goes, yeah, right? And then he has, in the very end of the piece, he has, say, oh, yeah, he does that often. He does the octave endings, and yeah, I mean, you could say that, but if you do that, then everything's a coincidence. He did it as a plan. He starts the piece with a C, and then he actually moves up to the What if I told you that this piece was never about G minor? What if I told you that this piece was never really about G minor, but it's actually about a C major chord? How crazy would that be? . that I have proof. That's why he starts the piece with the C. He moves up to the D, goes to the E flat, goes to the E natural, stays there for a while. Why did he go to E natural? If you think about the total like scheme of things in the first ballade, going to the E natural is very, very, very weird. I mean, yes, you know, you could say it, major 6, you know, from the minor. Yeah, it's not too weird if you think about it that way. But yeah, sure, but he stays there for a while, right? And then he goes back, and then, you know, I'm looking for the F. I think I found the F at some point, but my theory is that he was outlining. Well, it's blues wasn't in existence back then, but anyway, structurally speaking, that's what he's outlining, which is very, very, very odd. And that is my theory, and one could say, oh, you know, whatever you want to think, whatever you want to say. But here, actually no, he actually outlines that here. Oh, sorry, I found the F. The F, I knew it was the F. 65. Yeah, he moves up to the F. Yeah, so he goes, and then he ends up at G. But there is a movement that's based upon the C major 5-finger pattern. He switches from the minor to the major, and then back to the, yeah. But there's overwhelming evidence of this. And this is very highly unusual. Very, very highly unusual. You would have to know what I know to know the impact of what I'm saying. You would have to know a lot of classical music, just a lot of music in general, a lot of classical music in general, a lot, to know how shocking this is. Because usually when something's in G minor, it's all just based, you know, just everything is circling around G minor. But I'm here to tell you that the crazy thing about the Ballade number 1 is it's not what's seen in the forefront. It's actually not about G minor. He's actually going up the scale so his first note is not random. And then using the D as a 5 of G minor as an excuse, he actually moves a little bit towards the D, and then he has a E flat, and then he moves to the E natural section. When it gets to this big section, this big climactic section, is the bass has E. Look. This is E. This is whole entire section, E major. And then he says, and then he says, moves to, and then moves, and then here, he goes back. He goes back and forth, yeah. But essentially, is he starts here and it ends up here, using at certain points. But then he goes back and forth, and then he ends up at G. But it's not. But the whole entire scheme of it is not, like the traditional subdominant goes to dominant, goes to dominant, the secondary dominant of, 5 of something, 5 of this, 5 of that. Yes, it seems like it, but if you really look through it, it's very weird. It's very weird. And you can see at 226 too. He puts that in a nutshell. Like even this section, look, 216, you'll see a lot of C's in the bass, and you could say, yeah, it's a 4 of G minor, whatever, but and then he walks it in terms of like he does C, like he does B natural, C, D, E flat, 220. Obviously he has a lot of choices, right? He shows that in the climactic section. So my theory is not far-fetched. My theory, like, I base my theories upon evidences upon evidences. I rarely say anything unless I have insurmountable evidence that it is the truth. And in this case, this whole, if that was dismissible by, like these big sections, what Chopin tends to do in the climactic section is to kind of summarize. He likes to admire what he has created, but like in a miniature format. So what he does spread out, over the piece. He likes to actually make it a little bit like a smaller model of it, and he likes to look at it. That's what he likes to do. He's like, oh, I'm so proud of this. And then he goes, okay, let me just enjoy it, as a miniature form. So that's what he's doing here. And then if that's the C. That's the C that's from the beginning of the piece. He likes that C. And it's not a coincidence that he wrote that C. Yeah. And then at 248, measure 248, you have a big, and then before there, one can't say, okay, so like 243 to 248, right? That is actually probably, okay, that's actually probably the final F, or the F sharp before the G. That's what I would say, because F sharp, so final F, or the F sharp, before for the return of the G, or the G climb to the G, because you wouldn't be able to say that the 246 G is the arrival of the G. because this is acting as lower neighbor, upper neighbor, non-chord tones. It's acting as if there's a tendency to need to and want to resolve to that F. So and then 250, there's a register difference. But anyway, and then he, what he likes to do, then to put everything together and be like, oh, but you see how I think my theory is pointed. I think my theory is proven 3 times, and well, first that it exists, and then at the climactic part, he starts playing the C D E, and then he approaches it from B, and then at the very, very last part, 258, the very last part of it, he actually does that again. He goes, he approaches the C like that, and then goes up to the G, goes back down to the G, and then resolves it. But only at the very end he resolves to the G. Any other G that you see in between the C and the G, it's not really like the real G minor arrival. He fakes it. So there you have it. It's a very shocking truth that the G minor ballade was never really about G minor. What he wanted to do was he wanted to base everything upon bass movements. So he built the larger sections based upon the bass movements. And what he did during the climactic parts is that he made a miniature ones out of it. And then at the very, very end, at the closing, the chromatic octaves that you see is just a quick summary of everything that he's been doing throughout the entire piece. And that's actually the surprising truth about Chopin Ballade No. 1 that hardly anyone knows about. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And if this doesn't make any sense, or if it's not shocking enough, don't worry. This is a very high level. This is actually higher level than doctorate level. This goes into the territory of Einstein type of like analysis. This is like high level of analysis. So don't worry about it if you don't understand it. But I let the truth out. The cat's out of the bag. What we know about Chopin Ballade No. 1 is really not. That's the simple version of it. But if we actually take things apart, you'll realize how crazy it is. Because he built. Imagine building a whole thing off of bass movement. That is an effort. Because even like really highly, like even Mozart didn't base things off of bass movements. But Chopin did. Here we go. This is one example of where he reverses the importance from the higher registers to the lower register movement. Chopin really wanted to just be like, I want it to be structural. And again, he had to do that outside of a sonata or a very, very serious form. I guess ballade is a more serious form than waltz, but still, it's not, like the pinnacle of the seriousness. But he did it. It's shocking. And you can see it actually. Even like measure 20, it's all over the map. If you know what to look for, it's all over the map. It's all over everywhere. Like for example, if you look at 20 20. This is like the, that key that unlocks everything. This is it. The mystery behind Chopin Ballade No. 1. It's not hard to analyze if you have the right key. It's not hard to unlock a door once you have the right key. Finding the right key is the difficult part, but once you have the right key, all music unlocks itself. And the performer's job is to essentially just unlock it. But this is what I mean by every single piece written has a right answer, because it has one key that unlocks it. There's one door. Imagine a door with that's locked, and there's one key, and it unlocks the mysteries of what's behind that door. That's essentially what every piece is. We walk through that door, but a performer's job is to get the right key, so you unlock the right key instead of like trying to dissect that door apart some other way. Anyway, I'll show you as I go along how he does this. He does this in a macro levels. This ballad is crazy. This is crazy. This is not normal. This is very abnormal. This is very crazy. And only abnormal thinking could get you to the right answer. In this case, you have to be open to all possibilities in order for somebody to come to this conclusion. Unless you're open-minded, you would never come to this conclusion. And that's why Chopin has fooled a lot of people, because a lot of people who approach Chopin are not as open-minded as they should be. But there's a difference between being open-minded and allowing frivolous things, There's a difference between being overly permissible and overly indulging, and frivolous things, and being open-minded. And I think that distinction needs to really happen for true art to flourish. But anyway, I'll show you. So the opening C is planned. He planted it. He planted the C. he did it from the beginning. And I'll just leave it here so I could explain to you. C on the top. C here. C and the C. So as you know from the beginning, it's not about the G minor. He actually is obsessed over the pitch C. If you could follow with the score, this would make more sense. But it's C. But knowing this, then okay, so knowing it, and then how about performing it? Well, you know what the answer is. You just follow the path. The C is important, clearly. It's not like, this was a random surprise, dramatic effect. Chopin wanted to be dramatic. Now be emotional about it. No. You don't need to insert unnecessary emotions. It is shocking enough. You just need to show that the C at this point is very important to Chopin. this bass movement stays with us. It appears at the beginning, it appears at the end. Chopin planned it. Starts moving to the D, away from the C, away from the C. And I wasn't going to tell you, because I'm actually not the type of person who shows all of their talent, shows off all their talent, all what they know. No, I'm not that type. I mean, thank goodness there are people who are like that, but I'm not. I like to hide. So I wasn't going to tell you. But you know what's really cool? Chopin does this with this piece. He does this. That's I wasn't gonna say it, but okay, I'll tell you. Yeah, but he approaches from the C in the right hand, from the C in the left hand. He does this. So from the right hand point, you'll be going down. From the left hand point, you'll be going up, and then you'll meet at G. And that's why the ending is epic. If you just think like, oh, that's just a showmanship, it's a dramatic ending. No, it's not. It's Chopin saying, in a nutshell, this is what we've been doing. This. Notice that he changes direction at the very end. Notice, how he goes here, and then all of a sudden at the G, he starts going down the scale once you meet at the G. It's on purpose. So he's saying there's just too much evidence that he's doing what he's doing. But hardly anyone's picked up that that's what he's doing. But yeah, the very last dramatic rundown, he does this. And then from G, the reason why he comes from opposite directions and then does that from G is because he's been doing that with the C. So he goes right hand C, left hand C. All right, you guys start and let's meet at G. And that's the overarching structure of Ballade No. 1. Very shocking. And then in the micro parts, in the smaller parts, he writes it in. Chopin's really cute, right? He goes, hee hee. He's probably like, tee hee. I wonder if anybody's gonna find me doing this. Freddie Chopin's like, tee hee. I wonder if anybody's gonna pick up on what I just did with the Chopin Ballade. Sorry, Chopin. Hardly anyone did. Except us. Except me. Anyway. And This section is where left hand moves up to the D, right hand moves down to the B flat. Yeah. And you know what's really cute is because he keeps doing that. He keeps doing the contrary motion. If you look at if you look at the first ballade of Chopin, he keeps putting the contrary motion. He keeps doing this large structure, and he keeps doing this small structure too. If you look at measure 39, the bottom's going this direction, the top's going this direction. They're going opposite directions. They're approaching it from different directions. The whole directional thing is a thing in Chopin Ballade No. 1. And he probably, once again, he probably was like, yeah, tee-hee, I'm being very clever. He's probably like, yeah, this is cool. Somebody's gonna get it. Somebody's gonna pick it up. And somebody's gonna laugh with me. Somebody's gonna know I'm crazy. Sorry, Chopin. Hardly anyone did. But they think your ballade is super cool. But that's the truth behind it. That's just how it's working. This is how it works. And that's why you don't need to make up fictional stories to go with the you don't need to make up fictional stories with the great composers, because the notes themselves tell the story. And if you make up like fictional stories, you might glaze over all the details. So yeah, it's best not to actually make up fictional stories with music. Just know the music. It has a story on its own. Okay, and then same thing here. When the right hand's coming down, the left hand's going up. So it's the opposite directions. So he does that this way. Those moments. Yeah, well, and then here you have there's actually a separate motivic idea. It's just really rife with like a lot of materials. Anyway, that in a nutshell, this is pretty much what it is. And the best of the best operate in this level, in this way. Very valuable information. Thank you. Oh, hello, France. Hello. All right. Order. Oh, yes. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I could listen to you explain this stuff all day, nearly every day. Oh, great. Thank you so much. People, we are in the historical moment. Yes, we are. We're in the historical moment of enlightenment. Things you didn't know. You're beautiful. Good night from France. Good night. Thank you. Yes. All right. I mean, I didn't read a lot of the comments, but how was Christmas, Dr. Christine? Oh, my Christmas was wonderful. It was really wonderful. I had so much fun, so much yummies, and I'm still having so much fun and so much yummies. I have a lot of stuff to do. Yeah. Anyway, that's Chopin. Ballade number 1 and Opus 64 number 1 and 2 we went over, and we went over something called the sound density and how that directly affects how we feel and how to manipulate it. Yeah, we went over a lot of stuff today. I showed over 20%. Oh my gosh. Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone. Like, subscribe, join membership. I think I will now just try playing some stuff. Don't mind me. I'm gonna get real quiet and I'm just gonna play piano. I'm gonna practice what I need to practice. Thank you. Maybe I'll just revisit some of the sonatas. Thank you. Your sound makes us all feel great. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay. Smile and piano. Great. Thank you. Like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you. Thank you for everything. Oh, thank you, TLC. Hey. You're wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. forth, but thank you, thank you. Okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, Christine. This made my day a whole lot better. Oh, I'm glad. Glad. All right. All right. Great. Very good. All right. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, I'm gonna practice the fourth movement now. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All right. Like, subscribe, join membership. Thank you. Cool. Cool. I'm just gonna practice the fourth movement, and then let's see. Thank you. Hi. Hey. Hey, you're back. Hi. Mark says, that left hand of yours can slay dragons. Thank you. All right. Mark, did I miss any of your comments? I know like there's this one large chunk of time where I just didn't bother looking at. I just didn't bother looking at the ooh, yeah. But hopefully I didn't, and if I did, oh, I'm missing out. All right. Okay. Well, what else? Oh, I was gonna play Clair de Lune. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Janice. Hi. Oh. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Don't worry. Stay safe. Janice, thank you. And there go the tear falling. Oh, Mark, don't cry. Don't cry. Where's Sanchez? Sanchez is the one that tells you not to cry. Well, we have a mod for that. Well, since he's not here, I'll tell you, don't cry. Lovely. Thank you. Hey, Janice, thank you for coming to the live stream when you're so busy too. Eva. Whenever I see those hearts pop up, I think of Eva, our lovely mermaid. Our mermaid Ethan. Beautiful Christine. Thank you so much. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, well, today, all my friends here, Potato and Kirby and all of them, they're upstairs having a party without me. I think I might join them soon. But today they just wanted to be cozy. They wanted to be cozy on the... Yeah, I always take them down here with me, and then when I'm done, I always take them upstairs with me. But then today they didn't want to come down. But I got this lovely gift. It's a slate. I could write down like stuff. It's an actual YouTube thing. It's from YouTube. Yeah. Well. Thank you, everyone. Channel, video, yeah. Date, take, actually. Thank you so much for the gift that I got. Thank you so much for everybody here, and thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. Like, subscribe, join membership, and I'm gonna go straight into the members only live stream. Connecting the dots. Here we go. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. This is official YouTube stuff from YouTube. I got as a gift. Thank you. Midge, bye Christine. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Midge. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your YouTube slate. I know, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. I got it as a gift. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, I don't think I know how to use it properly, but I'll learn how to use it properly. You're absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. And so are you. Thank you so much. Like, subscribe. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, well, we're gonna go into the lecture, connecting the thoughts. Ooh, high five, high five. Thank you. And I'll see all of you tomorrow. Yeah. Hope you're having a great time and lots of yummies. And yeah. Bye bye. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? Kirby and Potato. I know, right? Tomorrow they'll be back. I'll make sure they'll be back. It's just for today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, Gigi, hi. Oh my gosh. Hi, Gigi. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Bye bye. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? 2025 is coming to an end. Tony's here. Tony is not the tiger. Tony, you know from the from the cereal box, Tony the tiger? You're a lion. You're not Tony the tiger. You're Tony the lion. Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, you're not Tony the tiger. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Bye bye. Bye bye. I see you tomorrow. Thank you. They're great. Yeah, bye. Will you be doing a live stream on New Year's? Oh, I think maybe New Year's Eve, and then maybe I don't know. I haven't thought about it, but yeah, yeah. Well, but I'll see you before for sure. So we'll get to wish each other Happy New Year's. Don't worry. I'll see you before, Mark. Yeah. Bye bye. They're great. Tony the tiger. Yes. Bye bye. Thank you.